live right off the bat here. We got a severe warned supercell just off to my west. Just off to my west, just west of Gregory, South Dakota. Just south of Winter, South Dakota right now. So let's see, are we live here? Let me see here. Testing. Big cell going up, already severe warn, just south of Winter, South Dakota, just outside of the enhanced risk, but in the slight risk, but in the area for tornado potential. Let's see, make sure everything, systems are go. By the way, Liz, welcome to Storm Champion. Appreciate you becoming a Storm Champion. And I saw Seismic Mike was in here. He was asking about Freddie. Yes, I believe Freddie's going to be chasing today. Sprinkles. Welcome in. Raina, welcome in. Carrie. Let's see, let's get some spectacles on here so we can recognize some people in the chat. We got Epic Alley, we got Cheeseballs 10, Sean, Sherry, and Kaylee and Carrie and Christy. Diane is in here. Let's see. We got Flat Circle Peter Bill, Courtney K, Karen Justin, whole bunch of folks. Welcome in, guys. Welcome into our storm chase today. We are in South Dakota as we speak. And I'll give you an idea of our location. There's our location. We're currently chasing this supercell that is absolutely exploding up at the moment, just west of Gregory and just south of Winter. Matter of fact, it's impacting Winter, South Dakota right now. It is severe warned. And so we're going to get up there as quickly as possible. Tornado is possible today. This storm is capable of producing a tornado. Let's see, let's look at the velocities right now. It's got some velocities on it, so it's a little bit of a cluster of storms at the moment, kind of coming together. You can see that there are some storms also firing along this boundary a little bit to the north. Some of it's flowing into this storm, and then probably going to be some storms fired down to the south into Nebraska. So it looks like it's going to be a big day today. A lot of potential for severe weather. SPC has issued an enhanced risk, mainly for damaging wind gusts. And that's the main threat. There's also a threat of hail. And there is a chance of tornadoes today. So if you're in the area of south central South Dakota, you need to be tuning in, and as these things Burwell, Brewster. Later on, there's a lot of potential for this to go south. And cause a pretty strong MCS that might move through Nebraska, all the way through Nebraska into the evening tonight. So this cell is firing at Winter, South Dakota. It's got a very strong hail core at the moment on it. So it's firing at Winter, so let's give a W for Winter. As this storm continues to crank up. So this is the one that's kicking off the day. The earlier show is firing now. So I'm going to be on the lookout for storms to my north as well, as they, I can see that things are beginning to pop. In case I have to bolt to the north. As you can see here, the storms are firing on the boundary. There's more storms here that are firing into South Dakota. Not really sure what's going on down in Nebraska at the moment, but I know there was a cumulus field down there. Let's see, let me get on there's a boundary down there, pretty strong boundary. So now I'm looking at our storm from the North Platte radar, which I believe is in Bedford. Here's a look at our storm on radar right now. It's you can see it's very strong hail core on the storm, and by the looks of it, it is moving east slightly, but not too fast. It doesn't appear to be going too fast at the moment, but it sure is big, just filling the sky right now with that big white anvil cloud as it mushrooms up into the sky. Joining in today, my name is John McKinney. I'm a storm chaser out of Nebraska and central Nebraska, and I do a lot of storm chasing. So actually going to be doing more and more chasing. I'm looking at chasing potentially tomorrow as well on the eastern side of Iowa. So if you haven't done it yet, I would appreciate if you go ahead and give the channel a like and also subscribe, because I don't want you to miss out on anything cool. I really try my best to get the best out of every storm chase. I'm not just all about tornadoes, but I'm also about getting some really epic structure and other events later on, potentially hurricanes maybe this year, and even some winter chasing is perhaps going to be in tap for the season. So go ahead and hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you don't miss anything good. So let's get back on the storm here. It continues to grow. It's powering up right now, just powering up. I don't know if it's going to continue, but it's just getting bigger and bigger on radar. It's going absolutely berserk at the moment. much heading directly for it right now. It's actually tracking a little bit north, so that's kind of surprising me. But so our road is going to drive right up to the storm, so shouldn't be too long, and we'll be down underneath this thing and see what's going on. Big old South Dakota storm right now. It's this time of the year where South Dakota just goes wild, so we need to be up here and going after it. There is now a storm firing off to the north of me, just straight almost to my north, up by Chamberlain. We'll have to keep an eye on that storm as well. As you can see, the storm's got covered a pretty broad area. It goes from, can't even get the whole thing in the camera, maybe just barely get the whole anvil in the camera, the view of the camera at the moment. So CJ, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that very much. Says lovely to see you again, Papa John. Take care out there. And he's got the British flag as well, so appreciate that, CJ. Much appreciated that. And also I see that you are a storm champion. Thank you very much for that donation. Definitely helps the channel, helps me to be able to carry on. Just give this tractor who's working on the road there plenty of room. So some W's for CJ. Right now, and I'm not sure I want to get too far underneath it because the hail on the storm looks to be fairly strong. The warning is for 1.25 radar indicated inch hail. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts is what the warning states on this supercell. Again, here's my location. Blue circle in relation to our storm so far. Then you can see a little bit to the north, there's also a cell firing up there, and perhaps it's that right there. So we're keeping an eye on that one as well. I think one of these definitely has the potential to produce a tornado. So what we're going to have to do is really watch the velocities on these storms today to see if one or the other gets going on the old velocity charts. So cell right now. It's starting to, the edge of the anvil is starting to move out of our shot a little bit, so I'll go to the north side of it. The south side of the anvil is disappearing out of the view. This will give you a view of the northern storm as well. Zoom in a little bit because it's got a pretty nice look to it as it's beginning to tower up as well. So we got some choices here to make. Not only that, we got another little blip on the radar even north of the Chamberlain storm. One you're looking at there is at near Chamberlain, South Dakota. South of Chamberlain, west of Kimball. That's that storm. And now we're heading toward the winter South Dakota storm, which is west of Gregory, and there's one other town here that it's about to impact, and that's the town of Cologne, South Dakota. It's really darkening up to my west, and then you can see what the reason why. I mean, it's pretty blue sky out there, but here comes the anvil that's just filling the sky with moisture from the storm as it pillows up into the atmosphere. It says we're 34 miles from Winter, 8 miles from Gregory. This is Burke. Burke, South Dakota. This is a town that has memories for me as I chased a storm with Freddie here years ago through here, Burke, South Dakota. And the strange thing is that it was either a tornado or extremely high wind gusts had blown a house that was like on a trailer or something, blew it clear up on almost on partially onto the highway or something like that. It was might even have some video of that somewhere in the archives of the house, but anyway, that happened there at that town years ago. There's our storm there again to the north. It's keeping an eye on it. Doesn't look like it's really going crazy at the moment. But we're going to stay locked in on it. Okay, so really cool. We've got about 500 people in here today, so appreciate you joining. If you look up into the anvil here, we got some really cool mammatus already forming underneath this supercell. It's got some pretty interesting clouds forming, so there's already some structure going on with this. And I see a lowering underneath it right now, so we're starting to zoom in on that. Our storm right there, you see that? We're starting to see the base underneath of our storm. Looks a little tough under there, guys. So right now we got a visual. Got a visual, so we're moving in. Then if you look up here, you can see those clouds that are like streaming. It looks like they are just flowing and feeding. They're sort of going linear as they come into this supercell. See that? It's pulling in Cape from various levels of the atmosphere, which I think is really cool. So this storm's really strong right now. Let's just see what happens. All right, welcome in everybody. I see Lisa Peterson's in here. Good to see you. Cleta, Dan, Amanda, Beth, Seismic Mike, calling out the wall cloud, Sprinkles, Toxic Duck, Mr. Pribster, Seymour, Steven. Way to go, guys. It's way to go to light up the channel here. Closing in. It's getting kind of dark under this thing now. Not a ton of structure from this point, so we're going to have to go in and get underneath this and investigate it up close. See, we're coming into the town of Gregory. South Dakota. Oh, shoot, I went to the 4. I see. Go back to 2. Little bit of just broad rotation on this storm. It's really broad, but you can see the greens coming toward the radar to the south and the reds going north, going away from the radar right there. So we got some big broad rotation on this storm, and the radar's not exactly close, so that's upper level. That's some upper level rotation right there still. And there's our base out there. You can see the base of the cloud right down there. Got a bunch of scud underneath it, so that means there's some real instability going on down underneath it, and we're getting close. Can't even see the anvil anymore for all the little clouds it's pulling in underneath it. Just saw some lightning up there, by the way, too, as well. That's another threat on this storm here. There is a decent amount of lightning on the storm. I'll show you that. Those little white speckles there, those are so-called lightning strikes. Coming into the town of Gregory. Gregory, South Dakota, population 1,295. Sized little town. So Gregory, yeah, you want to kind of have a heads up here. I'm going to say also Dixon. This storm is tracking toward Dixon, South Dakota. Winter, looks like it's going to continue to impact winter. It's kind of been back building a little bit, and I think winter's going to get hammered with some hail, heavy rains, lightning, some wind. Yeah, let's see here. Rolling through the town. storm while we're coming through the town. You can see it's pretty big. It's got some winds going on in there. Now you can see the lowering underneath the storm as we're popping out of Gregory. Potentially there a wall cloud underneath the storm. Got a lowering. Got some scud on the left, but on the right of the truck there in front of us, you can see it looks like there's a wall cloud. In there a little bit, so do that, but so we're heading towards Cologne, which is going to bring us right up next to this storm. We'll see if it continues to strengthen or whatever it's doing now. Am I on the closest radar? That's the question. Yeah, slightly. So right between 4 radars, but I still think that the Nebraska radar is probably the closest radar. Alright guys, be sure to give the stream a like, and I definitely invite you to join the channel by subscribing. Underneath, a little piece of scud hanging down from the wall cloud. I mean, that's kind of just looks like scud, but I mean, I'd be surprised if that was yeah, it's just a piece of scud right there in the center of that. Just kind of locking in. Like we got a pretty good crowd of people in here. How's everybody doing today? So if you're doing good today, go ahead and type in a 1. If you're just kind of so-so today, type in a 2, and if you're kind of meh, type in a 3. But let's see how everybody's doing today. Hope everybody's doing good, but hopefully we got a lot of 1s in there today. But I'm feeling pretty good today for a change. I got a good night's sleep, which I don't normally do, but I'm feeling pretty good today. Oh, I see some 1s right off the bat. That's awesome. That's just awesome, guys. Super. Yeah, there's some 2s, you know, for sure. A lot of my days are 2s, and occasionally I get a 3. I shouldn't, you know, when you look at the big picture, but boy, we got a storm here in front of us. The base of this thing is looking pretty juiced up. Base of our storm is looking juiced. One and a half, yeah, you can use decibels too. Yeah, 1.5. So we got it's like a wall cloud, but also kind of like a shelf cloud forming underneath of it. But it's pretty stationary, this storm right now. Man, I don't even think it's even moved an inch. It's just rocking in one place. So whoever's underneath this thing, you're getting quite a bit of rain and hail possibly. Yeah. Let's see if I make sure my focus is not clear off the charts here. So supercell right here, guys. You got a supercell. Let's see here. Can't find radar scope. Here we go. I want to make sure my beacon is forming. So we got maybe a little bit of a split going on this thing, but we got a big one here on the south side. How are we looking on velocities? Nothing crazy at the moment. Just a little bit of reds and greens. Hail core is big on it right now. We've got 67 dBZs I saw on the storm. The reason the way I can tell that here is I can see I am not on auto there. Sorry about that. We'll do that. Here we go. So that's the big hail core that we are on at the moment. Right now, the track on the storm says 3-inch hail. So there's potential for some monster hail in here. 3-inch hail on the track. So you definitely want to keep your animals inside. And people stay inside. You know, that hail can really take you out. So definitely be careful with this storm. Very strong storm right now. Powerful supercell here. Inching its way towards Cologne. Between Cologne and Winter, South Dakota right now. Okay, now they've got an MD out for this area, which is a mesoscale discussion. Severe potential watch likely. 95% chance of a watch, of a severe thunderstorm watch. So mesoscale discussion now. They're talking about issuing a severe thunderstorm watch for this area. There you can see the blue circle is the MD that covers a big portion of Nebraska on up to and includes our storm here in South Dakota. So the National Weather Service is likely going to issue a severe thunderstorm watch for a broad area. So tonight looks like it could be a rough night for Nebraska and parts of South Dakota. This storm has a little bit of rotation in there, a little bit of a couplet back in there somewhere. So this road curves up to the north. I might have to stay a little bit to the south. I will have to stay a little bit south. I don't want to get up in there. Okay, looks like we got about 1,000 people in here right now watching, so appreciate you joining the stream. We are near Winter. We're just to the east of Winter, South Dakota, coming into the town of Colomb, and we've got a pretty strong storm on our hands right here. Coming into Cologne. Let's see what my road options are here. Looks like there's a little bit of a road that I could go south. Awfully close to this thing at the moment. Is this the road to go south? 183? Maybe this is it. Yeah, why don't we go a little bit south? That way we can look up into it. Out there, they're gonna have to maybe. The guy's out mowing his lawn. Okay, he's hurrying to get her done, so I would be. Man, this is what you call a star supercell. Look at that. See it? This is an absolute star, or whatever you want to call it. Call it a star supercell at the moment. I might go back and actually go east on that road. Let's see here. This is what I wanted. I wanted this right here. Whoa, slow down. Let me flip a little Viewy here so I can grab. Here we go, guys. This is what we're encountering at the moment. This is what we're encountering. We're up in here close to this thing. It's a beast. It's a beast of a storm here. I might go back to that town and move a little bit east. A little bit of east right now because I think it's going to cut me off, cut off my path. See if I got a semi coming. Some rotation in there, not strong, but there is some rotation. Toxic Duck, thank you for that super chat. Hey John, have a good day and stay safe from MA. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Toxic Duck. I am going to try to stay safe. This storm, W's for Toxic Duck. This storm is like powering into Cologne right now. It's really, I mean, I'm completely zoomed out and I just can't even begin to show you how mean this thing looks. Christopher, thank you for the super sticker, sir. Appreciate that very much. Guys, you better get indoors, I'm telling you. This is not... This is not something to mess around with at the moment. Keep gonna go that way. No, he turned that way so you could see. I'm gonna back out of this a little bit. Get a little space. Get a little space. Get a little space. Let's get a little space on this thing. Out here a little ways where we can kind of see what's going on, because it's definitely going huge. All right, find a spot right out here. That might have been a good one. That might have been a good one there. Get around this curve up on this little incline. All right, let's just pull over here for a minute. See what we can see. What's that? Gust. Looks like we're getting some outflow on this thing already. Getting a little outflow here, guys, already. Trav the Mav, thank you for that super chat. Stay safe, John. You bet. Get some W's for Trav. Thank you. Oh yeah, we got outflow right here. This thing is pushing out. Either that or that's a little bit of RFD rapid back. Yeah, back by winter there's a little bit of rotation, and now there's some stuff forming down underneath me. So how we gonna play this big beast? This, once again, this is the star supercell. It's just, there's my location, the blue circle there, and the storm is just growing in size. See what any of these others look like on velocities up here. Just big. So we're gonna have to watch that cloud right there as it's pushing. Then there's a big cloud behind this front part back in there, where if there was a tornado, it'd be clear up there in the rain. Up there. Outflow. You can see it blowing out across the road there. Pretty dark under here. Yeah, I definitely appreciate those super chats. Very helpful to the channel. Alright, we can cut off my exit out of my maps here. So what we'll do is we'll roll east a little bit and figure out what this storm is going to do and see how we want to chase it. Looks like there's a storm firing right now out in western Nebraska near Mullen. That's a nice looking little storm out there on the boundary. A couple nice storms. That definitely would have a guy a little concerned here. These are storms in Nebraska. You can see that greenish blue squiggly lines, and then these storms are firing on that, those on the boundary there. That's, you know, as a storm chaser, you want to be everywhere. You can't be everywhere. You can't cover everything, but you know, you see that and you start to get worried that you're going to miss something. So let's get out here where we can get a view of our storm. Right now it's going outflow on us. really like the shape of that storm down there on the boundary. Down by Thedford, that was one of my targets today. I mean, north and west of Thedford. Okay, now they've just got an update for you. Got an update. So they have just issued a severe thunderstorm watch. That would be the yellow rectangular box. The yellow lines in the orange circular lines, that's the slight risk and enhanced risk. So let me just go ahead and take those off. Oops. What do we got here? Oops, no. Valerie, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for that, Valerie. Appreciate that. Okay, guys, there's our storm. Thanks for allowing us to safely observe God's creation at its most awesome and forceful. You bet, Valerie. Thank you very much, W, for that. Awesome words. Yes, and Trav the Mav, W for him as well. Just appreciate you guys. And I lost the chat here. Yeah, so welcome in, guys. I see some other names. Emily, I think it is Emily. Sonia's in here. Good to see you. God Struggler. Okay. You having some troubles there with live? Okay, gotcha. And Eric, Fox a lot, Andy, thanks for joining, guys. We are on a storm here, and I can see it feels like there's a little bit of rain on the lens of the camera. So let's just wipe that off, see if this helps. Looks like a raindrop. Is that right? No. I think it was okay. Yeah, you bet, Travis. If you need to watch the weather, just tune in. So we're currently in South Dakota, and we are on really what now has turned into sort of a cluster of storms. Let me make sure I'm on the right radar. Yes. So I'm going to watch these, and if this continues to do like this, I might actually drop down into Nebraska. See how these storms down here are kind of curling? Doesn't that look like and this one's got a little bit of curl to it, but not quite like this one. And then we're up here on this, and I'm in this position here, wondering if I need to at least go east and maybe south a little. Now they've severe warned this whole, we'll call it a line of storms. This is what it looks like on reflectivity starting at the top. A little bit of rotation on these, but not anything to worry about, I don't think, tornadically. These down here curling around a little bit, so I think I'm going to try to move east for now. And then, if I think I need to go to Nebraska, I can go south. So that's what we're doing here at the moment. Because there went up. I wonder if that was ice chip. So Travis sent one gifted membership. Thank you, Travis. Appreciate that. Our storm here just got stronger. Stronger part of this is still to my south, so we get down to where? Do we have a south option? Run with this one for a little bit. Till we let the storms figure out what they want to do. And once we get an idea what they want to do, then we can decide what we want to do. 4 o'clock, so we already got initiation. Hey, I see Patrick's in here. Welcome in, Patrick. Patrick, storm chaser out of Colorado. They just tornado warned the storm down in Nebraska. That's what I was afraid of. There's the couplet, tight little couplet. On this storm. just to the north of Mullen, Nebraska. We've got a tornado-warned storm. So I might drop south on the first chance that I get, in case more storms like that go on that boundary. That's pretty crazy. I was a little worried about that storm down there, and sure enough, it's on that boundary, and it's very isolated. It's got the boundary flowing into it. See the boundary as it's rolling into the bottom of it, and then it's producing rotation. So yeah, so that's what's going on down there. South of Valentine. I couldn't punch. Let's see, if I punched back through this storm, how could I get over to? Is there maybe there's some road options here. So we're coming into Dallas, population 120. This is Dallas, South Dakota. Is there a road here I can pull off? Yeah, there's a road here. We just practically blink and you can. Okay. At the moment, we're going to see if we can figure this out. So if we need to get down, I think it's worth a shot of going after these. They just look a lot better. So if I need to get down to, let's say, Ainsworth, let's see if I can do that from here. My maps, let's go for Ainsworth directions. If we go to Gregory, we have a road that drops south. Okay, perfect. So here's our option. We go to Gregory, we drop south and over, go back this. We have to go through the hail core, but we're going to go back this way. Let's see if we can get down there. Let's see if we can get down there, because the moment this one's already gone, it's nice looking, but it's already gone outflow. And that's not what we need. We're looking for some tornado potential for today. So we're not too far from Gregory at all, just a few miles, and then we can start dropping south. You guys keep an eye on that shelf cloud here while I try to navigate us into Gregory, South Dakota. I'll look on radar and make sure there's nothing else going insane right now, but the storms up here just do not look like they want to do anything other than produce strong outflow. Somebody reported a tornado. Coming into the town of Gregory right now. Just passed it. There's our storm coming in. Okay, we're gonna get you a pull over here a second, get a view set up for as we go south. Beautiful road here. There's the shelf cloud we're leaving. It's pushing its way down. look at this storm. Get a look at it while we're going down. So we might be back on this storm again at some point. Okay, let's look at the radar. Well, let's plug it in. on to what happens if we go back north. Cut over to see how far we are. Now we're only 4 miles to pavement. Well, we might end up staying on this cluster of storms. Good news is we only have 4 miles to go, so thought maybe we had to go a long ways on gravel, but no. So let's get back over to the chat and see how we're doing. Hill. This is pretty epic country out here. There's the storm. Big honking shelf cloud. Look at this. Look at this valley. Look at this grassland out here. I mean, it's this is the other side of the road. That's the severe warned storm up to the north. And I'm not sure we crossed into Nebraska. We might have crossed into Nebraska already. But it's coming our way. So, what is that out there? That's a scud out there that's kind of suspicious looking. Very warm, very humid here. Just amazing country. Beautiful, beautiful out here. How far away are we from that storm now? About 70 miles. So let's kind of lock in on this storm for right now here. look at this storm on radar and see. See what we want to do. How far away from there? We're about 4 miles from the highway. I was going to press on to that storm down in Nebraska, but decided just to hold off a minute and stay on this. But I will end up going south, so it looks like I am just into Nebraska. Just barely over the line. So we are in Nebraska, but we're looking at the storm that's just over into South Dakota. And then we have some storms that are also a part of this boundary that are kind of firing on the back of this that we can see back in here. So these down here on the southern edge of this are the ones that would have the more tornado potential to them, with the inflow here on the south. And a beautiful shelf cloud out there. Just here comes some weather, guys. Look at that out in there, that scud cloud in there. Scud cloud that wants to act like a tornado, but don't think it is. But it's kind of far and murky, so it's kind of hard to see. Just scud though, pretty much positive. It's breaking up now. But that scud underneath the cloud like that is an area where a tornado could form. So up on the hill you see some dust. That's the outflow from the storm. If you look right there, this storm is now pushing out winds that are starting to kick up into the air and are starting to push this way. Let me check and make sure my beacon is on, and that scud over there still continues to look like it wants to. Well, there is some rotation back in there. What is it I'm seeing? Looks like the camera's picking up something. Turn just a little bit. What is it picking up back in there? Was it just the shadows? I think it was just the shadows I was seeing. Okay. The southern one down there, the other one is getting a hook down on the bottom. Okay. Great to see some folks in here. Brandy and Brad. Buffalo Woman. Debbie. And Tammy Baker. Peter, of course. Jennifer. And then, by the way, it's okay to speak a little German in here. I like all the languages. As long as it's clean language, I don't mind a little bit of foreign language in here. Nancy, Trent, and Shane. Yeah, winter, it already went well past winter, and I can show you on the radar. I'll circle winter, and then I'll circle our location here. So there's winter up at the top. It went past that. Now it's heading toward us down here south of Carlock, and near Burton. So you see that white line, that is the Nebraska border. The severe warnings come up to the Nebraska border right now. And we are just on the Nebraska side looking at the storm as it's coming into Nebraska. That's the situation, velocities are just not there. So now I'm also concerned about this storm down here, this storm underneath the one that apparently produced a couple tornadoes. This one down here now looks like it has a similar look, and so I'm waiting to see if something in between them would perhaps go. Right now there's a storm out there that's in between. Okay, hear that? To this one, so it's having a hard time getting its own inflow, fighting against this thing here. Out there, shelf cloud coming in. By the way, that air is cool. It says it's 87 here, but it is not. Excuse me. Because that air blowing in right now is very cool, and it just dropped my glasses clear down underneath the seat. Oh, shoot. Get those up here. So we've been up on this beautiful hill for a while. I think I see winds way out there, but there's your hail core out there. Those colors back in there. That's about where the hail is. That's where the hail is the strongest. It's right up in there. Okay, so we're going to give you a look out that way as we are now going to work our way down to the, look at that there, that one's starting to, let's see, keep an eye on that one. Appreciate you guys enjoying this with me today. So please give the stream a like if you haven't done it already, and I hope you will subscribe because a lot of chasing going on. I am at the moment planning to chase tomorrow, just kind of depending how things go. This is kind of up on a hill here, so kind of loose gravel, but that's the hill we're on, and here's the storm we're looking anyone, but it's looking kind of pronounced. Okay, so we're going down through, just let you see what we're doing here. Working our way down through northern Nebraska on gravel to try to so kind of down in a valley here, so I might lose some signal if I haven't already. Storms here. Yeah, it's a river. That will take us down to the highway, so let's go left. to do next? Let's see. We are here. We're going to take this east. I'm going to take it east. Yep. We're going to go east a little bit. And we'll give you a view. Toward Nebraska. So this storm is headed for Spencer and severe warn. Headed for Bone Steel, South Dakota, Fairfax, Hendrick, St. Charles, South Dakota. Has a lot of hail on it, and that is the part that you're seeing out there now. It's got some really strong hail on that. Dokie. And let's see what radar scope is still up. Any new reports? Oh, so there's a tornado warning to our north. What's that about? That tornado warned. Is that new? So there's apparently, I don't know how new that is. There's a tornado warning. Or there was a tornado warning to our north. Day is hard to figure out. hard to figure. Going down into a big hill valley right here. Climbing back up. Coming up to an intersection, and we got a little place here what we can pull off for a second, sort of look around and evaluate everything, see what this is doing here. Okay, so back to our west, right behind us, the storm is really following us. This is the original storm. So it extends back, that's looking back west. This is looking more north. That's looking a little bit northeast. Then you got the shelf cloud that's extending out. Comes another, is this another weather looking vehicle? No. The guy with a bicycle on it. Okay, so as this storm approaches, I'm gonna need to figure out my next move. Here's what it looks like on radar. They do not have it severe warned here. Yes, they do have it. They have it all severe warned. I just got an update on my radar. So for now, we can either drop south so there's the tornado warning. Finally got updated on my radar. So It's tornado warned to our north up there. Very much back in the rain. Doesn't look real pronounced on radar. Perhaps it did. We might be able to back this up and see what it did look like before it got tornado warned. Well, here's what it looked like. Anyway, it has a tornado warning on it, and that's up to our north. And then this is what you can see up there, okay? Which is, from this vantage point, hardly can see anything. So I need to decide what to do here. I think I'm going to drop south. Down to Newport and then interesting. So, the only other option would be to take this over to Napier, to Spencer, Lynch, Bindle, down to Niobrara. We could try that. Internet would be a little bit of a stretch. Looking strong now to the south, so let's go. Let's jump out one more. No, let's just go south because it's going south. Okay. Sorry for the indecisiveness. That's just the way I'm wired, I guess. It's definitely getting more severe down here on the southern edge. Before I pop you over to the other window, I'm going to get out and clean that side, that window a little bit. Always afraid to block myself out. We're going to come over to this side. Really dark here. It's only 5:30, but as you can see, we've got this hail core coming in. You see the greens in there, or the turquoise? That's what the hail core looks like. on this severe storm that's rapidly closing in on me a lot sooner than I had anticipated, actually. So very strong what you're seeing out there right now. Down there on the southern, on the left of your view, that looks like it could. It's got a nice solid base on it that might have some potential for it. Right now we're just very much, this thing advanced very quickly into Nebraska, so it's race is on at this point. you'll want to see this. What's coming down is a very beautiful river that winds through northern Nebraska, and then I think it runs back to the Mississippi. I think this is the Niobrara, and I can see the wind still gusting out here. It's pushing to my left, so we're still getting outflow from that storm to our north right now. I'm getting buffeted by winds. Let's see, what is this in? Yeah, this is the Niobrara Scenic River. There it is. There's the storm coming in onto the Niobrara. It's a beautiful river called the Scenic River of Niobrara. Should just park down there. So we'll drive up out of this valley first. This is Alex. Alex, man. The man. The man, the myth.
Hey, everybody.
And the legend himself. In Nebraska, of all places, man.
Last minute, but.
There you go.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Good to see you, yeah.
To see you, man. See you. I thought maybe.
I thought so too. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
really getting some strong outflow here. Outflow. Let's go, outflow. Whoa. That was Alex. That was Alex. Man, these storms. Guess it's impacting the Thedford radar. It looks pretty good. So we're going to run down to Newport and might even jump down on the storms down at Thedford. Get out in front of those. Alex Riesel, that's who we just met along the road. Alex Riesel, he has a YouTube channel. He's a photographer. He's an outstanding photographer with also an Aurora Chaser Northern Lights. He's got incredible photography of Northern Lights. He lives in northern South Dakota, so he's got the Northern Lights right on his out his back in his backyard, so he gets a lot of that. But he's a good friend of both Freddie and I, and as well as Mike Delane. And the four of us have chased together a number of times, so that's why when I saw his car and I saw the South Dakota license plates, I knew I had to flip around and say hi to Mr. Alex. So some W's for Alex Riesel. So as I'm moving south, I will have to make a decision about I might be able to jump down on the storm Thedford. But I'd have to go back west of Bassett and then shoot south down towards Taylor and Sargent. So I have that as an option, or take a look at things. Got Alex back here.
Yeah. Let's see.
What are you thinking?
Get some more structure now. It's finally starting to get the low-level features on this overall outflow structure.
Yeah.
I think once this all
Starting.
congeals, you're gonna keep getting storms, developing. So it's not gonna get a sustained structure in until it's all fully huge line, essentially.
Yeah, because right now it's kind of curved back
Yeah.
like this instead of punching out.
Yep.
So we'll see if it curls back in. I decided I'm just going to stay. I was wanting to jump down on the southern one since some of them had some tornado potential, and I think there was a tornado or two down there.
Yeah, the boundary basically got ingested into the inflow on the southern stuff way down there.
Yeah.
I didn't pay enough attention to that area down there, but it makes sense now.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't either, but kind of thought, I don't know, I just kind of thought South Dakota was going to be the...
Yeah, I mean...
Actually, I thought it was...
It looked really good.
I thought it was going to be up like maybe toward the interstate on down in South Dakota, but...
Yeah, and I was kind of going back and forth between some very traditional boundary action up closer to Watertown that never, once I saw that wasn't getting fired, very low just hit the road down here, so yeah, I don't know. We'll see what this I got the cows cuddling together. I think once, like you said, once it starts kind of punching outward further southeast, we get a better structure for sure. We're starting to get some better structure organizing there too. But yeah, nice coloring too.
Yeah, well, that's for sure.
Nice contrast.
And
nice
hail
color.
core back in there. Got some nice colors. Doing its thing. So I guess I'll head down to this highway and head east. So post up and see what happens.
Yep, sounds good. I'll do the same. I have to be a gas neck.
Okay. Well, I don't know. How fast it moving? Do we need to move?
It's moving pretty slow. It's like
look back there. See that? Got a little wall cloud back in there.
Yep, I do see that. Down the road, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. So it's moving pretty slow.
Breakneck speed. Oh, yeah. Funny thing is, these will move real slow, and then all of a sudden they just crank up, and you can hardly stay in front of them.
Right.
It's like something pushing some pretty hard outflow on the ground out there.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Right out there, it's got some kind of a downburst going. kicking up something on the ground there really hard. Actually, there's a little action right there. You see where it's up above that, where it's on the ground. Here comes the yeah, definitely.
That's crazy.
Outflow is giving us some fits here. Sorry about that, but up there we got something up above and then on the ground. Got a little action right there. Tornado on the ground there. Fine. Oh, look at the shelf coming over. It's moving faster a little bit.
A little bit.
It's starting to pick up.
Probably move at 30, 40 miles an hour.
Yeah, I'll probably head down to that highway now. All right, gotcha. Whale's Mouth. We got this thing out there. It's cold. Cold air there. Okay. See if I can get the flies out. They want in where it's warm too. Alex doing his thing out there, getting some shots, and now he's running back to the car. That's what he does. Storm's coming in. Give me a quick look at what this looks like on radar. So here's where we're at in our blue circle again. We're coming down to this blue line, which is a highway, and then we're going to go east to stay in front of this pretty long line of storms, pretty uniform, and I'm wondering at some point if it doesn't begin to just sort of punch out and form a bigger shelf. So we'll see what happens on that. Let's see, let me fix the focus here real quick before I stick you over there. right, so we will try looking at the storm from another angle. Pretty good view of things to see whether or not anything would be happening back behind or underneath. Right now, I'm going to say that the storm is transitioning more to a wind event. Pretty cool flat area right here, right now. This is July, so I went from 74 back up to 85, so now we are out in front of this storm. Heading toward Atkinson and O'Neill. Might stop up here pretty soon, get a post up. With the nice hearts and kisses and prayer handles for Candace. Robert, welcome in there. Tammy Baker, 92-degree heat index is 100 in Oklahoma City. Sounds a little muggy and a little hot. Grifter, good to see you. Jason, Shane, welcome in, guys. Anita, Katie, whoops, Vanessa and Mackie, Sketch. Some pretty cool names in there. Elkhorn River. Are you kidding me? That was the Elkhorn River. It was just practically the tiniest little, I mean, I couldn't even detect that it was a creek. There was a little bridge there, but our shelf doesn't look that amazing to me right now, so it is kind of waiting to shape up someplace and become more pronounced. Everyone is not sleeping. Hi, Tammy. Because we're awake, man. So we're coming through a little town here. This is the town of, what was it again? Stewart. This is Stewart, Nebraska. There is a decent amount of lightning on these storms. We get out of town here a little bit and find a good spot. Maybe we can pull over where there's not so much corn. Okay, give us a chance to figure out the storm here a little bit. What's it doing? So that means I gotta plug this in. Maybe clear back by Long Pine, a little something, but off some of these things, see if I can get some of these flies out of here. There went one. Yeah, just a little something forming on that cloud down there, but problem is with these storms, there's just not enough inflow. If you're looking for now, they've severe warned this clear out to almost to a kneel. Let's do this. Let's put this on a loop. That's about the extent of what we're seeing at the moment. Try a different radar now. This is still the best radar. Interesting, that says warning. Fiber optic cable, underground cable. Clear out here in the middle of nowhere. We got fiber optic. Outflow starting to hit us here now. Let's go up by the trees where we can get here. It's out in, kind of out in front of, but this is warned for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, which I'm not feeling here at the moment, but it's probably back in that storm. 60-mile-an-hour gusts. Dust is coming in the car. Oops. Okay, that's not going to work. There's dust on the window. Get that ready to advance. Pushing. Travis, you didn't miss, I don't think you missed anything other than what you're seeing. However, our storm is looking a little more maybe a little more juiced on our as far as the hail core back in there. Solid colors. I see the name, I think it's Loda or Loda, I'm not sure, Loda or Loda, but this for now until we see something on radar that catches our immediate attention. Watches. I think they've extended the severe thunderstorm watch. Which I'll check in a second as well. This is Atkinson, Nebraska. We're going to roll through this town. It says 25 school speed limit. School, but we'll roll 25. Feels really dark. It's only 6:29. got it, but I think I can still get it. There we go. Here's a road. Place we can pull over a little bit and examine our storm. Oops, better just park here. Get out and do a storm check. Still got the outflow here. So the gust front is out in front of this. And the storm back in there. Shelf here is right up over and that's the edge of the more severe back there. So talking about that gust front, point something out to you on radar here. On this, we're up here, but on this storm to our south, because it's close to the radar, you can see it a little better if you see this thin line that parallels that line I just drew. Well, you see the reflectivity of the rain and the hail, whatever's associated with the orange. Then there's this blue out here. If you look over here, you can see how there's a line out in front of the actual storm, and that's where the winds are gusting out in front of that storm down by Halsey and Dunning, Bedford. And we call that the gust front. It's happening up here as well, but it's far enough away from the radar that it's not picking up that line as well. So it's happening on our storm as well, but we feel it. But the radar doesn't reach down low enough to pick up the dust and everything else apparently that's going on the ground. And that's what's happening. It's gusting, it's picking up dust and bugs and just little bits and pieces of debris, some leaves, and you can see there's some dust just because it's blowing from where I was driving. But the radar, because of the curvature of the earth, can only see down so far. So it's not picking up the gust front out in front of this thing, is my guess. That's why we're not seeing it. But over there, what we were looking at is so close to the Bedford radar that it's picking up the gust front. The Bedford radar is here, and it's picking up the gust front out in front of the storm because it's close. It was also picking up that boundary earlier today as well. So gust front is actually out in front of us. I imagine seeing these clouds like overhead and out that way. That's probably about where the edge of the gust front is. So, got about 700 people, it said there for a second in here. So where's everybody watching from right now? See a lot of different names. I recognize some of the names as new viewers. And by the way, if you haven't done it yet, please subscribe to the channel. If you're new, subscribe, and I would appreciate you joining in on future live streams and videos. I've got a number of videos that I'm going to be working on. I'm wanting to push out. One of those is the Sand Hills Wedge, 1.25 mile wide wedge tornado video. The North Dakota tornadoes. And the one that Mike and I got hit by, so I'm going to include some video on that. Also the Colorado tornado video, where it blew out my back windows. I guess I already did that one, but I might do a redo with. And then there's a number of really cool structure cloud videos that I want to work on as well. But it looks like everybody's coming in on where they're at. I see some Australia, I see Brookings, Omaha, Nebraska, Germany's in here, Kansas, Ohio, can't read them all, Cincinnati, Ohio, Nebraska, Marysville, Washington, Colorado, Bangor or something, Des Moines, Burlington, Yankton, and a number of chases where I rolled through Yankton lately. As a matter of fact, I drove through Yankton. I drove through Yankton earlier today on my way up to South Dakota, where I started the storm. This storm started over by Winter, South Dakota. It started as a little storm there, and it grew into this. So Danville, Illinois, Oregon, Michigan, Nevada, Iowa's in here, Augusta, Kansas, I think. Yeah. Wow, so we got Scotland, I think I see there too. East Central Nebraska. So we got a lot of diversity of people, like from all over the world, actually, in here watching. So this is we're in the middle. It's July 5th. No, let's see, July 16th maybe today. I don't know. Maybe it's the 16th. Probably. middle of the summertime in Nebraska. It was upper 80s, pushing 90, but now with this outflow wind, it's 74 degrees. So that's sort of the contrast that you have when these storms push across Nebraska. It just really sends out, when they're outflowing, it sends out a lot of cool air. And right now I'm still under the gust front, so and I can really see the dust blowing up ahead. Maybe you can get a shot of this on that gravel road up there. You can see the dust blowing across the road. I think you can see it. And that is all blowing out from this storm, which right here, there's no rain or anything like that, but that's the gust front that's pushing out in front of this thing. Some strong, cool air, very dusty right here at the moment. Matter of fact, because I kept jumping in and out of the car, I've got a lot of dust inside the car right now. Isn't bad, 44 is better. Okay. Yeah, it feels a little weird though, you know, for summertime. Today they just got back from San Diego, and the temperature there just doesn't vary hardly at all. Now we're getting a view of our sort of flattened out shelf cloud and storms underneath. Let's give you a look at the overall picture of what's happening across Nebraska and up into South Dakota. So now this thing, it's all connected as part of one big line of storms that's pushing across Nebraska and South Dakota. And there's my blue circle out leading the charge. I'm going to take a little stop up here at O'Neill. Take a little stop, maybe grab a bite to eat or something. I'm kind of getting hungry. I really haven't eaten hardly anything today, so one stop today, but might grab a little bite at O'Neill. Excuse me. Give the storm a chance to catch up to us, but it actually is catching up. So I think the storm is moving quicker. Try to grab a storm track and see how fast it's moving. Right now it says it's moving east-northeast at about 37 miles per hour. the road with a lot of farm equipment. Speaking of farm equipment, there's a whole bunch of John Deere farm equipment in this small town of Adkins. Sorry, this is O'Neill. I need to plug this back in for power for the, as we got low battery. So let's plug her in. Rolling into O'Neill, Nebraska. Wow, that's a pretty fancy building for O'Neill right there. It's a pretty fancy building. Storm's rolling in behind us, so there's a bunch of like four-wheelers, and that's pretty popular out here these days, these little four-wheeler dune buggy type things. Okay, we're coming into O'Neill. Nebraska. That's a Irish name. This is O'Neill. And our storm is it's out there somewhere back in there. That's a little house right there. That is a little house. What am I doing on fuel? Got a half a tank. Is there any place to eat here? Eating places are down here. Not much selection. Dairy Queen, which I'd like to try to avoid, and McDonald's. Not great options, but let's pull in here and try to set up Instead of just going to the drive-through, let's set up over here where we can track this thing as it's coming in. I'll just go ahead and run in here. You guys keep an eye on the storm as it's coming in. Boy, look at the dust coming in. That's definitely coming in. Blowing in. Yeah. Very dusty, guys. You guys watch that and I'll be right back. there for now. Okay, how we doing? So, you're still with me. Here's the, kind of call this the whale's mouth. So it's like the mouth, which is out here. It comes, and it's like looking inside the roof of the mouth. What goes on under the whale's mouth. That's down the throat of the whale's mouth. The whale's mouth goes clear over here. So we're underneath it now. More of it back there. And we got some pretty cool formations over there. Let's head over there and look at that real quick. Let's go look at it. Let's see. Haven't read much of the chat lately, just driving constantly. Sorry about that, but okay, so Storm Chaser Patrick is Pineda Beyond WX. It's giving you some insight into the underneath of the whale's mouth. Let's go over here and look at this back here. Look at the clouds back in here now coming in. Everything's rolling a little bit closer. Cut off the AC for a little bit. Show you. There's like a trail of dust that's, you can see it on the ground here. This is where it's really been blowing across here already, and it's leaving like a trail. It's not blowing as hard as it was, so, well, there's not as much dust at the moment because I have the camera on it, and then as soon as I pull away, it'll be like a raging dust storm there. But anyway, so here we got noticing some lightning coming in on this thing. if you're not from the States, I'll show you something here unless this guy parks directly in front of me. But this truck back here, right there, and it's got a bunch of, he's going to back into a parking spot. And you see how he's got ventilated. He's backing it in there too. This is a truck, kind of a truck stop situation. That's a cattle carrying truck. We in the trucking industry call it a bull rack, but it's not that, I don't think it's the nicest term for it. But anyway, that's what those are, because this is cattle country around here, and they haul a lot of cattle. I mean, a lot of beef. A lot of beef in Nebraska, Iowa, South Dakota, Kansas, you know, other states as well, but it's a lot of beef. Switch positions for a minute, and you can see the wherever I go, you're probably going to have signs in the way, but this is underneath of the whale's mouth. Just really pretty. Remember what I was going to do. I was going to check the oh, they just severe warned it just off to our west here. I was going to check tomorrow. That's what I never got around to doing, is seeing what's on for tomorrow. Two areas of interest for tomorrow. They're both very far away from me. I live right in the middle of them, between them. So I'm going to make a choice, see whether or not I'm going to chase either of these areas tomorrow. I'm thinking about this one over here. But then there's this one over here. So I don't know. I'll go home and try to figure that out. I imagine this guy named Patrick is going to be over on this one over here. I would just For some reason, I would imagine that a guy like that would be over there, but I've been wrong. You know, he might actually head over to the Illinois one. So. Flat circle, yes, I did drive for about a 4 or 5 month career of driving over the road semi. So I do have I do have a current Class A CDL, and I do have my DOT physical is current. I keep everything current, just in case I want to take it up again or I need it for some reason. Solidly under the whale's mouth, so let me. All right, let's plug this back in again. I keep unplugging it. There we go. I really liked the company that I worked for. But I did not like the lifestyle. And I wouldn't have been able to chase hardly at all. So that's a really cool look here. This is a very classic look right now underneath the whale's mouth. Rachel, you're a trucker? All right. Well, I totally respect that. I learned a lot. Also, years ago, let's see, back in right around 2000 and a couple different times, I also drove school buses for a while too before that. when I was kind of in between things, but so I guess you'd say I have a lot of driving experience, which helps out on these roads and out on the combined with racing motocross for 8 years, from like 15 years old up to 24 years old. That helps on those country gravel roads, all that kind of stuff. So kind of pull it all together, and doesn't mean you're a perfect driver by any means. So. I pray a lot for safety. I still own a well, I shouldn't say still, but a couple years ago I bought a motocross bike, and you know how many times I've rode it this year? 0. And last year I rode it maybe 6 or 8 times, not very long. Thought about getting back into racing, and racing like the over 60 class, that is age, but I never got far enough into it. I like it, just takes a lot of time. You gotta load everything up, you gotta drive to a track, and it's kind of physically tiring, and I'm pretty much out of shape for motocross, so the whole thing just is not working out. With us. It's kind of like waves underneath the moment. I don't know how well you're seeing that, but it's like waves. maybe I'll maybe I'll see if Freddie's gonna chase tomorrow. Maybe I'll see if I can just tag along with Freddie tomorrow. But lately, the last year or so, every time I go chasing with Freddie, I see nothing. I see absolutely nothing. So, I don't know if it's me. It's usually just the storms, or just they're just not happening. storms. Seems like they're lacking something. I'm gonna find a place where we can stop and get out and do a full walk around. A lot of some trees here at the moment. Our storm is closing in on Yankton. We're closing in on, let's see, where's a spot that we can there's a river maybe nearby here, but it does look as we get out here a little further that we might have some better structure. I don't know if you see it. So let's keep pressing out in front, and maybe I think I see the shelf starting to, the lead shelf is starting to come into play here. Punch out in front. Start to punch out in front of the shelf here. ways, and then we'll stop and get a full pano of the shelf. Spot. This is the Elkhorn. This is a fork of the Elkhorn River. That's why we got so many trees around here, because this road kind of follows the Elkhorn River. This might be a road right here. Let's try this road. It's actually a paved road, but out quite far enough, but viewing emergency response numbers, farmer. There we go. First of all, let me see the battery. So, Christy, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that, Christy. Christy Urban, W. Christy. So this view's for you, Christy. We're going to get out and get a look at Shelf Madness. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It loses a little bit of structure right here, and then it's pushing out. It connects way down south, so we're not out far enough to see it yet because it's punching out down there to the south as well. But that's a pretty cool shelf, though. Then the lightning and stuff is back in there. Also losing a little bit of its power. I did see a lightning strike back in there. Yeah, so we'll keep punching out in front of it, and maybe we'll get a better view. Maybe it will strengthen on us a little bit. We'll try to get the whole shelf. We're out here, we're just on the edge. See all the grass blowing over there? See how it's blowing? So we're right on the edge right now of the outflow, because we're up to 79 degrees. We went from 74 up to 79. Got the whales out there. and then the shelf. So let's see if we can get out here far enough to get a better look at the shelf. Guys, if you're just joining, do a lot of storm chasing here. If you haven't already subscribed, I would encourage you to subscribe and click on that notification icon. We got some videos coming out in the future of some pretty good tornado chases, and some epic structure. Do a lot of live streaming, chase about everything, so you don't want to miss it. So be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on the notifications and like the stream while you're in the vicinity. So we'd appreciate it very much. Staying out in front of the shelf. Several roads washed out at Ewing. Okay, thanks for the heads up. Is that where the road construction was? It seems like no, that was South Dakota today. Starting to see a little bit of a third tier up there on the top of this shelf, so we got to get out far enough to really get a good view of it. Temperatures definitely feels like it's coming up. It's getting warmer in the car, so we'll go ahead and put the AC back on. In right now. Structure's starting to come in on this. We got a all right, we got a pole in the way, but there's a pretty good shelf. I might be still too close to really pull it in because my camera is not able to go wide enough. That's a nice shelf. Stands way up in South Dakota. And this is one long shelf here. It goes way down into Nebraska. Might even pull more of it in the further out we get, so. Hey, Bill. Moderate motley in here. Hey. Just caught that. Just put my glasses on and saw moderate motley. Moderate motley is a storm chaser from Virginia. And he has a YouTube channel, so be sure to check out Moderate Motley. He was streaming last night. I was watching his stream. He had a pretty good shelf cloud on there last night. We're just doing what we do out here in Nebraska, is chasing this stuff. There was a couple tornado warnings today. Nebraska had a tornado. I'm pretty sure. I haven't seen it yet, but yes, and I wish I was on it, but I missed it. And then South Dakota had a couple tornado warnings, but I'm not sure there's any sightings actually. But got some trees here. Got the Elkhorn River here that's messing with us. All the trees around here. Nebraska's not known for tons of trees, but it's definitely, we definitely got them here, and it's messing with our shot. So here we go. here so you get a little different perspective. Actually, you can see back here now to the shelf to the. There's the Elkhorn River, by the way. Just went over it. And see back here, but in the front now we got a nice view of the up to the north into South Dakota. And then we got our standard view here out the window. Nebraska side of things. I'll try to be patient and punch out here a little further and get far enough out that we can get most of the full shelf in. So that requires us to keep pressing on. It's pretty cool how it curves up in there. I don't know if you noticed that, but I think that's pretty cool. The shelf cloud curves with the storms. Better storm down here right now. That is a decent shelf. That thing has I'm gonna give it a recommend at the moment. So up here again, and let's get out. I feel like have we punched out far enough to pull it in. So looks like this might be a road right here. We'll try to get on the right side of the road this time, so we don't have all the poles and everything in our way. Let's do a shelf check. Okay, there's the southern Nebraska side. Still not back far enough to get it clear up, but and here's the up into the South Dakota side. back underneath. We're out here in front of all the gust front stuff, so that's nice. And the temperature's up to 82 degrees. Oh, I'll just let anyway, dealing with the bugs. Angel's back, Tammy's in, Diane's there, Sonia's there, welcome in. Rachel's here, Dan's here. Teaching Calm is here. D2S Fabs. Where the driver is, so you can follow on Doppler radar. My spotter might not be, sometimes it falls off, and it did, I'm sorry. I will fix that right now. My spotter beacon will now begin to show up here next radar scan. So, sorry about that. And it'll show me near Neely, Nebraska. Running too many things on my phone. When I got the chat up, then after a while, radar scope decides to not provide my location anymore, so but that will pop back up here in just very shortly. Matter of fact, I see it now on radar scope, so it should be in there to show my location. My location is the spotter network. So now my red dot is showing up on Neely. And here, just for evidence, there I am, showing up now. Okie dokie. I need to find a better way to have multiple things up, like the chat, where I can radar scope. I'm not logged into enough different things. I'm on max velocity. And is Freddie on there? Let me look at this. Yep, Freddie's on next to me, and somebody else is on there as well, so. Okay, we're coming into the town of Neely. Is this Neely? Betcha it is. It is. We're coming into Neely, Nebraska. Just rated Freddie. Yep. I think max velocity just rated Freddie McKinney. I just watched it click over. And then Charlie's got my stream up on Freddie's channel as well, so. Alright, we're in Neely, so all you're going to see is we're coming through a little tree tunnel here. So Freddie and Freddie and Garrett. Interesting. Things you learn when you click on YouTube. So anyway, I'll get back to my channel so I can read the chat here. Wait a second. Why is my channel? Yeah, there it is. There we go. Okay, so yeah, I was just observing that Freddie's channel was rated by Max, so Max just ended. Okay, so Max just ended, yep, and Freddie, you know, they went to Freddie's channel, I believe, but anyway, that's pretty cool. So, Rachel, good to see you. Others who are joining here, let's see. LIX Streams, Rachel Singleton, Scourge of Wrath. All right, thank you, Scourge. Thank you for the good luck wishes. And Curtis says, indeed, my 8-year-old and 10-year-old enjoyed meeting Freddie and John. Okay. Curtis, where did we... Oh, yeah. Let me click on you a second here. And go to your channel. Yeah, Curtis. Forgive my terrible memory, but I believe you're the guy over in Ames, Iowa. Is that? I just clicked off my stream again. And I toyed with just driving over to Ames tonight and spending the night and chasing tomorrow, but I got out here and Dickinson, okay. Dickinson. Was that? Okay. Yes. That is correct. His way is in the whirlwind and the storm. So, what was I going to say? But I got out here without my travel bag. I still could have done it, but you know, to go out on a trip without anything, no change of clothes, no toothbrush, nothing. So now I'm planning to go home. I'll save money by doing that. But I can have all that, and then I'll have to get up if I want to chase. If I want to chase northeast Iowa and northwest Illinois, maybe even into Wisconsin, then I'm going to have to get up early in the morning and blast. So, or I need to head out to Colorado for the the land spouts and a couple tornadoes that'll likely happen out there unless I go. Then it won't happen, but that is not looking like very good quality there. I think that's part of the Elkhorn. There's the Elkhorn. ago. But anyway, Elkhorn River, when that bomb cyclone hit Nebraska, that thing turned into a raging river and took out multiple bridges downstream. It's crazy. Tunnel there. Let's just hold it up front while we go through. here, put on our flashers, and then we'll okay. There's the South Dakota part. We got 1, 2, got a few tiers there, even up this higher part. And then there's on back into, curls back into Nebraska. Nice and humid right here. Whew. There's the vehicle. Here's the guy driving the vehicle, believe it or not. Yep, that's me. So, that vehicle turning. Turn those off. There's the outflow starting to come in right there. Right there. Just a little bit coming in. See the flag blowing over there? Let's see if I can get the flag. Move that. There's the sign. There's the shelf behind it. And there's the flag. Clearly blowing away from the storm. Okay. 22 miles to Norfolk. In here. Let's see, I saw her name. Yep, Donna's in here. On a train on my way to Sydney. That would be. That sounds pretty cool. Is definitely up there. It's definitely, we've been getting they've been getting the very timely rain lately, and they haven't really had to do any irrigating. It's been kind of crazy. turn the lights on. Yeah, I imagine it is dark. It's getting, it feels dark here too. I'm not underneath it, but it's funny how hot it can get into South Dakota. Washington. Wow. Watching from Mount Vernon. Sounds pretty cool. Chevy Girls. And north of Lexington. Okay. Some stellar comments in here. Absolutely the best. So, let me do something. Let's see, I think our shelf is, yeah, you know what, they took the severe warning off. And our shelf cloud, did you notice that? Shelf cloud's kind of, it's gone outflow so much that it's losing its starting to lose some power. Although it still looks like it's got a little bit of bite back in there. It's definitely still got some lightning. Disintegrating before our eyes, man. It's absolutely disintegrating. Have to move it over to the front just to see part of it. There we go. I'll tell you, the winds are buffeting us here, so it's actually getting close. Shelf's looking a little better again. I think it's closing in on us here, so. guys, if you haven't done it yet, please give the stream a like. And also I invite you to subscribe to the channel for a whole lot more storm chasing. So would appreciate that very much. Actually closing in on me because it's dropping south. See, it's dropping south and I'm going east. Down. It's coming after me. And I'm going to make a quick stop in Norfolk, for those who live in Nebraska. And then I'm going to bolt south from Norfolk. That's the plan here, guys. Sideswiped here with some wind. I bet that guy on that trike up there is feeling it too. Severe warned it coming south. I can see why. I'm feeling those wind gusts, but now we're in a severe thunderstorm warning because the shelf is now deciding to get strong and come south on us, and you can see it's like coming over us at the moment, so it's coming. Gotta stay. Just gotta stay locked in, guys. Nebraska. Oh, here comes the dust flying across the road here. I mean, flying across the road. Guess people are slowing down for it. Is this it? No. This is not it. It's one more. So I gotta stop and get somebody something. Yeah, that was it. Doggone it. Oh, man. No U-turn here. You can see the storms. Shelf cloud has decided to what am I trying to say here? Yeah, I've got a Canes lover at home, so, and I love Canes too, but I already had it. So, I'm gonna stop and get some Canes for somebody at home. I gotta do this roundabout thing just to get to it. There's the shelf cloud. Okay. Let's do this. Okay, what does he want? Caniac combo with extra sauce and so the music. Okay, guys, I muted it because they play loud music there. So if you play music on your live stream, inevitably somebody will copyright strike you. So they had I ordered a Diet Coke for somebody, and they handed it to me, and the top was so full. It was just, the whole top was full of Coke, and as it came into the car, it all poured all over my shirt and pants, and so that was not nice. So now the shelf cloud is overhead. So, how are we going to view this now? It's coming down from... We'll get something set up here over on the west side now. there's all kinds of lines there. One is the slight risk. One is the severe watch. The other one is the 2% for tornado, the green one. But the blue line is, and the weird looking box, that is a mesoscale discussion. So I guess they're considering doing a watch, but guess what? They already have a watch out. So there is a severe thunderstorm watch out. That's the yellow box over here. And then you can see me, I'm running from the storm as it's collapsing south on me. And I'm just out in front of this whole mess. Just minding my own business. So that, my friend, is just that's an update. Whale's mouth along with the shelf cloud here as it's coming across the state of Nebraska. Shelf on the south. Starting to get the structure for the south side shelf. position at the moment. Pretty much, it's this blue circle here. That's on the radar scope, and my GPS shows our location. And we're coming into Columbus, but you can see we're just kind of in. It sort of looks like a bat wing or something here. So the bat wing storm is coming in, and we're right in front of it. And it looks like it's kind of severe off to our west. So I've got to make another stop in Columbus, do some evaluating at that point. Okay, now let's that back here. That's the storm. Off to our west. It's not the craziest storm, but it's pretty crazy when you consider that this line extends from, I guess in one sense you could say, clear up to Sioux Falls, all the way out to Lexington, Nebraska, and south of Lexington. So Columbus, and then probably going to try to raid somebody at that point, because I'm just kind of done with running from this thing. So we get to Columbus. All the storm champions in here. Hoping to do a member stream. Here it is, good people. Hey, Michael, Tammy, Rachel, Diane, Sonia, Debbie out in West Virginia. Michael Brown has been a member for 3 months. Thank you for being such a loyal storm champion. One of these days, I'm going to have some new emojis. Yep. One of these days. Mark my words. Shouldn't say that. That won't happen. So, Chris is weathering here. Sarah's in here. MSB. Aaron's in here. W. Michael. Alistair's in here. JD Mom. McCord. I think I'm saying that right. I'm in South Dakota. Let's see. Windy, okay. I'm having real trouble reading. This road is just, I don't know. They just need, like I said, they just need to tear this whole thing completely out and start over. The road between Columbus and Norfolk, Nebraska is just brutal. Major highway, Highway 81. I'm going to stop driving on it. I'm going to start taking other routes. Not good. Alright, so we're coming into Columbus now. And I'm going to stop and get somebody else something else to eat. And Illinois have let people down this year. I think Colorado. Okay, that's fair. Shelf. Actually, let's just pull over here out of everyone's way, and I think we can get a little look at the old shelf cloud coming in. I think that's the shelf cloud right there. Still coming. Never quite gives up tonight. Never quite wants to give up. All right, let's see who's out there. Go ahead and connect to John's deal there. Okay. Oh, yeah. Hey, Michael. Hey, Michael, thank you for that super chat. Colorado looks interesting. Okay, I'll look at that. For sure. I was leaning Iowa, but I don't know. I'll also kind of see what Freddie's up to. Wow, I should have jumped in line because there's 4 cars just jumped in here. Okay. And what do we got here? Was Mustang in here? Let's see. I see, so Michael Brown. Gotcha. Well, crazy, guys, crazy. I appreciate everybody in here tonight. And definitely thank you for all those who gave super chats. Thank you to all the storm champions. Just appreciate everyone right there. So I'm going to look and see who's out here that we can do a redirect. And it looks like it's going to be Storm Runner Media. So you guys say hi to Garrett over there at Storm Runner Media. Appreciate you guys. Oh, I see Mustang cross parking lot. Yeah, there you go. I see that, Sonia. Good observation. Thank you guys for making it such a great time tonight, and hope you enjoyed it. Just appreciate all the fantastic comments and the good time. It's a big encouragement to me. So we're going to keep chasing, and we got some ideas for the future. We're going to keep improving, and just hope everybody has a real safe rest of your week. God bless you, and we hope to see you soon. Yeah, for sure. And thank you, the Mod Squad, for sure. Thank you, mods, for helping out and being great people.